Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How do you do? Life is great. I see. I'm happy to hear that. Do you see speculation on Varka speed increase? Please, Hoyo, I need this. My Varka kind of speedless. Hi, chat. IT is tomorrow, right? IT reset is tomorrow, but I still haven't done it, so we gotta. Actually, no, it's not tomorrow. It's in 2 days. I guess it's tomorrow in Asia. Actually, no, we're not even tomorrow in Asia yet, are we? Was your cam there? I moved my cam because I didn't want to hide the Fantasia flowers when we did IT on the EU account yesterday. Wait, Limbo got a fucking sub 180? That's crazy, actually. What the hell? Oh, I see. Holy shit, though. 97 seconds with this is insane. Is that Sig? Okay, yeah, it's Sig. Okay, it's triple Sig. Okay. Okay. It's not as insane as I... Still. That's kind of... Still, that's impressive, man. Holy. Is there a specific reason on why you don't do IT until the last day? It's a mix of a few things. One, IT is kind of a dog shit game mode. Two, it's kind of funny to, like, always say I'll do IT and then I never do it.
Combat data updated. Please rest assured that I will not blow the roof off again. Yeah.
Last month you said, like, you felt like you overhated it. Yeah, but, like, okay, here's the thing, alright? IT can be fun if you min-max it and all that, but the problem is that even if you click on random buttons, IT is still pretty trivial. So it's just, it's made boring by how easy it is. But, like, if I gaslight myself while I'm doing it, and I pretend like my decisions matter, I can have fun with it. It's just that I don't appreciate the fact that in order to have fun, I need to gaslight myself. It would have been worse if it was harder. So, there's more than one way to make something more difficult, right? Like, I think the biggest problem with IT is that without any of the brilliant blessings, everything is still very clearable. And so, the optimal way to do IT as quickly as possible is just never click on a brilliant blessing and just click characters so you always have a functional team. I would like for the enemy's HP to be way higher, maybe not in the early levels, but in the later levels, and the brilliant blessings to be more powerful and more important so that you would actually need to get the brilliant blessings and to actually formulate a strategy in order to get your IT clear. Right? I don't mind if that breaks even, where if you do have good blessing, it's as easy as now or even easier than now. But I think the fact that it's so clearable without picking a single blessing is a problem. I think it makes the mode really unfun. And I think that's the biggest problem with it. But then you're playing blessings and not characters. I mean, blessings are the only real difference between IT and the other modes. And you still need to, like, manage your characters appropriately so that you can take advantage of your blessings properly, because they only have 2 vigor each, right?
Up to the breed, get to work. Extinguished. Mine to wield.
And the blessings don't have to all be like, yeah, this blessing does X damage whenever you do this. It could be like, yeah, you gain, like, 200% skill damage or some shit. Like, I don't know. Okay, I guess. It's a lot of instructor flowers. Yeah.
A little
IT is pretty challenging for most casuals. I mean, I do think it's nice that there is a mode that involves the combat that is approachable for casual players. But I also, as someone who fucking loves roguelikes, as someone whose favorite games of all time are basically all roguelikes, I wish that the roguelike mode wasn't just fucking throwaway slop for casual players to be able to clear. Maybe. No. Yeah. No.
Use of force authorized.
up to the breeze, fulfill our pact. Power.
Okay. I mean, 3-liner, even with double crit, with defense percent, I don't know. My current Morningstar kind of sucks, so maybe we still level it, but meh. Does he know Ilua quills can now be consumed off field? Is that true? Wait,
Show no mercy.
when did they change that?
Mine to wield.
Did they change the description too? Wait, that's nice. That's really nice. Creator server? Is he better? He's gonna be slightly better because now he buffs Columbina, right? Is the buy gonna be the best Nullcry DPS? Nah, not really. Zabai is probably the best standalone if you're not getting other Nullcry stuff. But I think he's probably the worst one of the three if you are getting everything. But then again, getting everything for her is less expensive, so you could argue that a fair comparison would involve her at C1 and then she's better. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Kind of sucks for people that want Zabai or that don't want Zabai and want Linnea. Okay, who wants Linnea? Does anyone know what the fuck she even is?
Use of force
Sir,
authorized.
cleanup sequence initial. Absorption test.
Be silent. To dust. Close.
She's a woman. Oh, I didn't know that. She has pink hair. Oh, that sounds cringe. I'm a pink hair hater, chat. Hating women? No, I also hate men with pink hair. I'm just a pink hair hater.
Fear the dark. Night falls.
What did Duck do? Shouldn't have dyed his hair pink. Dude, I'm just... Is that why you hate JJK? Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like
Be silent. Observe.
it would not be a reason to hate JJK because, like... Let's be so for real right now. How much screen time does he really have? Like... Oh, no.
Use the force authorized.
Defensive mode engaged. Stand clear.
Close your eyes. Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
Which instructor stats do you keep? Three-liners with crit rate and ER are like
Use the force.
the main thing you're looking for.
Absorption test.
Close your eyes. Observe. Do you fear the dark?
What about Psyche K? I mean, let's be honest, okay? Psyche is not the best character in Psyche K. Like, you know this, I know this, everyone here knows this. Right? Like, the quality of the Psyche K show gets hard carried by Nendo. And everyone knows that. Literally everyone knows that.
Animal test.
Even people that haven't watched it.
Be silent. To dust.
Teruhashi though, she's not bad, but she's no Nendo, you know? Kaido is also good. I don't really like the Kaido bits as much, honestly. It's probably, like, the Kaido stuff is probably my least favorite recurring bit in Psyche K. It's just less funny than the other bits to me. No, 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 no. Psyche's parents are mad underrated. I agree. The Psyche, the Kusuo parents bits are actually kind of good. 100% agreed. Kaido is the sanest character in the anime? I don't think that's true. Although I guess there kind of isn't really sane people in Psyche K. So maybe he is, but like... Is he really? Nendo is pretty sane. True!
Astra. Thank you for Add Astra Abyss.
Are AR Sands on Morningstar set worth keeping for Colomina? I think if you're going for Zabai, yeah. But otherwise, generally, the teams where you put Columbina on Morningstar are teams where you have flexible rotations and you don't need to burst off cooldown. So you're kind of better off just building her full damage and using burst when it's available. Don't think we'll do that today. Remember you saying Durin and Inefa are not high-value pulls for well-built... I mean, I don't think that's the case for Inefa anymore. I don't remember saying that, but I can believe I said it a while back. But with the way that Lunar stuff has developed, I think that that's not necessarily the case anymore for Inefa. For Durin, I stand by it, I'd say. But, like, obviously, that could always change, right? They can always decide to make fucking, Warka, who's like, Varka when he unleashes his inner wolf. And Warka just has Varka's kit, but all his numbers are multiplied by 10. You know? And then Durin is going to be part of the best team in the game. And then Durin is pretty valuable. You know? But, like, yeah. Is it possible for Mawika to get any better? Yeah, it is, actually. Like, unironically, there's an argument to be made that at this point, with the optimization of combos, Mawika as a character is better for Vape than for Melt. And so if we get an actual good Vape support, and people are actually willing to learn the Mawika optimized combos, or if we get a Cryo support that applies more or applies more Cryo than Citlali, she could straight up just get better. What I would love to see is a Vape support that has a team that's competitive, if not better than Citlali, but only with optimized Vape combos. And if you don't do the optimized stuff, it's slightly worse than Citlali. That's what I would fucking love to see. Because, like, unironically, that's a way to give interesting dynamics to Mawika team building without just straight up doing more power creep. Because most people just don't do those combos, right? Isn't Melt better than Vape at a baseline? If you're triggering the same amount, yeah. But Melt consumes more aura. So, with characters that can apply fast element, it is often worse. Is Nicole worth it if I'm not pulling Varka? We don't even know what she does yet. I don't know.
Add Astra.
Banner review today? We can do that, actually. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thank you for Add Astra Abyssosk.
If Nicole is not super tailored for Varka, is it possible that Venti carry ends up better than Varka since he can use both Bennett and Nicole? Yeah, for sure. Do you see that Zabai got new combo optimization? I saw C1 combo optimization. I didn't see anything new for C0 though. Is that real or am I being lied to right now? I have 14 Dust of Enlightenment, huh? I didn't realize I'd been saving them for so long, huh? Maybe it's time to use some of them. Dude, okay. But, like, this is the problem, right? Like, the piece that I want to use it on the most is this one. But I also don't want to use it on this one, because if I do roll more crit, it's worse because I'm overcapped. So I'd probably have to use it on, like, is it this one? I think it's this one, right? Yeah, on this one. But, like, I don't know, man. Combo optimization might be fake. It's lower uptime, but you're still gated by her 18-second cooldown. It's still useful, because it allows you more flexibility for your team building, for your supports. How about a character other than Varessa? I mean, I could, right? But, like, I don't know. I don't really have anything that I, like, really want to target. Because the characters I want to build right now are mainly characters on this set, and I just don't have any artifacts that are, like, good enough to warrant rerolling, other than the one artifact that actually rolled good enough already. Right? Like, that's not a good reroll target. It's, like, good enough, and it's like as a +0, it's pretty bad. So, like, I don't want to reroll that. And, like, I mean, I guess I could reroll that, but it can't even be that good. So it's relatively likely I find an upgrade just by farming the set for a bit longer. Do you really care about Inefa said that much? I mean, I don't like how much I'm struggling with the dog right now. Like, the fact that my best team against the dog is not even Binefa is fucking crazy. Like, it's actually insane. It should be. It should be my best team against the dog, and it's just not. Alright, I got my fastest clear with Verissa Overload. And my second fastest clear with Mawika Melt. And, like, yeah, sure, they are more DPS, but, like, fuck, man. I shouldn't be getting 118-second clears with Binefa. I really shouldn't. I need some better gear, man. Why is it telling me to view details? Oh, because of this. Yeah. Anyways. Maybe I try to push my fearless time a bit today. Because I haven't actually tried to push my fearless time at all. And, like, 300 seconds is kind of pathetic. I guess I hadn't tried to push my time on the last one either, because there's no way I would have done it with that team. And this is not even close to the fastest this team can do it. That was probably just my first clear, right? Like, I had a 56-second clear. Yeah. And yeah, this was my fucking first attempt. I wonder how much we could push it. I think the biggest problem here is is just that I can't really push my dog too fast. Unless I bring Varessa. With Varessa, I can do like 90 seconds. But then I feel like the rest is... Maybe I do like Varessa, Skirk, Milani. I don't know if my Skirk is faster than my Binefa, though. On the Trooper. I don't want to do Gene Cheese, though. That's... Meh. You do Milani over Nibidet? Yeah, for sure. My Milani will definitely clear way faster than my Nibidet. It'll require some resetting, though. I can probably get a fucking 60-second clear if I, like, try hard on Milani and reset for Wits with RNG. Like, I can probably one down it. Maybe not one down. Maybe it takes, like, the second set of crabs after the first down. I don't know. Actually, I might get cooked by the damage limit on the crabs, huh? Yeah, whatever. But I don't know if I actually want to do that. Like, I don't know if I care that much about my time. Okay. What the fuck? What is wrong with this man? What the fuck is wrong with this man? What is wrong with you? Anyways. He did that on stream, by the way. I didn't ask, man. Do I have to burst every rotation with Inefa? Not necessarily. Yeah, that's actually something that's kind of interesting. They've been putting so many characters with optional burst lately. It kind of feels like... It kind of feels boring. I kind of miss bursts, man. Like, I get it, right? Like, they made Stygian, and they made you not start with energy. It's cringe as fuck when your characters are burst reliant. But, like, I miss bursts. I miss energy being an important part of character designs. Oh well. Do you just go do IT now? Yeah, let's do IT. I think I'm gonna not fix my builds before we go in, because I think it'll be more fun that way. No gearing. Alright. That looks good. That does not look good. That does not look good. Okay, let's use the... Yeah, okay. That looks good. I wonder if my artifacts are good enough for my Dull Blade client to be... Probably not. Alright. We definitely take these. Do I even want Kole, actually? Maybe not. With no Dendro Blessings, I feel like she's kind of dog shit. Okay, we definitely want these. There's Pyro. We want Milani. Yeah. I don't know if he's built. If he's not built, it's really bad. Sure. Yeah. For the remaining stuff, they're kind of only good if they're built. And I don't know if they're built. Like, channeling without ER is going to be cooked. But, whatever. And then... Let's borrow something. We could borrow C6 Yai. I think I'd rather borrow C1R1 Flins. Seems better. Yeah. There's a C3 Flins? Really? I didn't see it. Oh, there is. But... Alright! Okay, so do I want the vape buff? I probably do, right? Let's get a companion, sure. We want to open with the dogshit client team. And we don't want to use Malika too early. So we probably want characters that make a functional second team ASAP.
Chivalry will never die.
Yeah, let's get this. I'd rather have a character here. And we can roll into Mysterious Blessing, or whatever it's called. Let's roll. Yeah. Mystery Cash. That's kind of bad. That's pretty good. Okay, still no characters. I'm not rolling a second time. Do I keep my money? Yeah, I think I do.
This should be fun. Ready.
Oops.
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
Don't be nervous.
Huge! Woohoo! Sigwitty, my goat! Okay.
Surprise baptism. Loaded. Time to testify.
Incinerate! You might feel a little prick.
God damn it.
West wind, carry me. This should be fun. Breath of the flame.
Bro, please. Okay. Alright. So like I said, we want to make a functional second team. These don't really help me do that. I'll just pick Chivalrous. I might have to use a Moika early. Oh, that's nice. Guaranteed to have a companion always is pretty good, honestly, but I'll take this. Set up a high roll for later. I like getting a companion here. We need to make a functional second team. We don't have off-field Pyro, but we can find that. So let's pick Milani.
Oh, what a
Okay.
lineup. We'll be unstoppable.
2 rerolls. Companions cost less. That's kind of boring, honestly. Let's just reroll. Yeah, these kind of suck. I'll just do this. Whatever. Another Hydro, probably. Ooh, plus 25. Take Neuvillette.
The pleasure
For
is
sure.
all mine.
Alright. Does it matter? Not really. We could actually just use Milani here, even if we don't have a Pyro. But I think I want to keep Milani. She's just stronger. And I think Trial Client is good enough for this.
Let's stir things up.
Wait, this isn't C4, is it? Yeah, because this is the fucking trial version. Oh, fuck.
Hunt them down.
It's fine. Seguini Burst is gonna carry here, look. Huge! Insane damage!
Surprise back.
Oops.
May the Archon protect you. Let's stir things.
Yeah, whatever.
Incinerate. Loaded.
What the?
Where evil lurks,
Yeah.
shoot on sight.
Hey, it's fine. Okay, so we do want Flynn's for later, but we want more throwaway stuff here, I think. We already have, like, 3 carries right now. I think I should reroll here. Because I don't have a full team that... What the... I've never seen that before. What the hell? That's pretty good. Dude, okay, whatever. Is that enough? With the Yunfei coming back? You can do like Neuvillette. It's not ideal, honestly. I'm still gonna be forced to use good characters. I guess it's fine, though. I have enough carries, right? Like, there's a... There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... There's 9 stages left? And I already have 6 of them solved, right? Nah, I'm still gonna reroll. Surely we get a character. Okay, nice. Bring trash. We can do Neuvillette. Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
And you will live.
Sounds like a plan.
Silent.
Illusion shot. Boom boom. Decided by destiny.
Be sanctified. Settle down.
Was that even clear in time, actually?
Silence.
Shine down. Inadmissible evidence. Motion to delve into
Float. Okay.
illusion shattered. Let me scry. Written in the stars.
Oh, I did it too early.
Be
Oops.
humbled. Settle down. Silence. Be sanctified.
Alright, it does. Alright. Probably bring Yalon. Yeah. We want another character, but I guess we don't have one. We'd definitely take the elite. If I take this, does it reroll this? I forgot. Because ideally, I'd want to take this so I can roll into a character. But I forgot if this gets rerolled when you take something else. Any rememberers? I think so. Alright, fine. Let's just grab the elite then. Oh, we got free reactions. I guess we'll just bring Mawika here. This, maybe? Would I rather keep Raiden? Yeah, there's Electro Blessings, and I want to have at least one Electro character available just in case. Yeah.
Quick as a flash. No, my sword. Let me game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now.
Okay, I did not release. Okay, we just do the... Oh, fuck! No!
Faster, stronger. Rain outlines your fate. Busted. Here comes the catch. Wrath from the skies. Quick as a flash. Witness the game's up. Fun's over.
What the hell? We just do this, I think. Should be enough. Yeah. Alright. More trash for sure. Characters, I believe, is better here. Hey, we get a refund. Nice. More trash? Or do we have enough trash? More trash.
I know. Present.
Mystery cash. It's gonna be hard to get to 0. That's pretty dog shit. That's okay. That's really good. Now we got the fucking scroll. I want more characters. What the heck are you doing? Whatever. I guess we can take... probably this one. Then this one. Then a character. We don't have enough for a character. Oh, mystery cache. We will have enough for a character. Look. Plus 90. Big. Oh, then we don't get a character. That sucks. Do I want this one? Just to remove it from the options? Probably. Alright. Probably get this done, right? 17 opponents. Probably want to have Varessa for this then. I could just do Mawika though. Yeah, let's just do Mawika. Nivida, yeah, Nivida would be pretty good, but Mawika's probably just better.
Shine down. Hands where I can see them. Drop your... On my breath from the skies. Try and stop me. You asked for it. Final warning. There is no escape. Faster, stronger. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate! Burn it down! Hands where I can see them! Illusion shut! Start the light of the blazing sun!
I have to keep fighting even though I've met the objective. Frick you.
Rev the engines!
Oh wait, no, I don't. Did they just stop spawning? I don't know. I guess you're too Why are you acting like this was a skillful performance? Be so for real right now. Hey, listen, man. Do I want... I don't really want one of these right now. Give me, like, Varessa. I'll take... maybe I take Ling so I can use the Molani. I kind of can't use the Molani, though. Whatever.
I can't wait any longer!
Let's get this. Do we nerf Molani? Yeah, bet. Oh, we got an elite. Nice. Bring Mona, I guess. Even without Witch, it's probably fine.
Delve into death. Fate is upon you.
I just realized I'm targeting the wrong enemy, aren't I?
Carving waves.
It probably gets one shot, right? It doesn't.
Catching at the flame.
I really thought it would get one shot here.
Let me scrub. Bring it. Out the frying pan, into the fire.
Maybe my Molani build is cooked, actually. Because I feel like it should.
Let's shred, Sharky. Written in the stars. Delved into... Nice and spicy. Eat this. Let's ride.
No pyro. Yeah, I did say I knew I was nerfing my Molani, but hey, it is what it is, I guess.
Bring it.
Bro, please.
Shouldn't get careless.
Out of the frying pan, it's carving waves. Hear the echoes of the valley. Fate is upon you. You're toast.
Oh, I fucked up. What am I doing?
Let's shred, Sharky.
Does it die? Yeah, it does. Am I gonna be able to do it, actually?
Written in the stars. Let's ride.
Come on.
Amazing.
No, I'm not. That's crazy.
Let me scribe.
I fucked up. Dude, okay.
Best of luck.
That's definitely doable. Classic Molani. Vape Blessing is... Yeah, I knew the Vape Blessing was gonna cook the app when I picked it, but I was like, it'll be fine. It wasn't fine. Let's just do something else, honestly. Actually, nah. We'll be okay. We don't need to do something else. I probably just accept it here. What? Okay, nice targeting. Okay.
Off we go. Get them. Bring it. Over here.
I don't actually have that. Should we just do this? Does that kill, do you guys think? Almost. Few more kills, I think. Oh, never mind. Targeting was cooked. Okay, yeah, this is not going well. Whatever, let's just ignore that one. I didn't crit. Okay, whatever, man. Maybe I just take the L and go something else, actually. IT Blessing. Yeah, again, I know, I'm aware. We've said this multiple times already. Move on. Yeah, let's just ditch the Molani. Do you guys think Auron carry gets through? I don't know what build he's on. Let's just use Nebula. I kind of want to keep him, but... Right, because we have the crab coming up next. But I guess I don't need him for the crab.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
You're toast.
The tides beckon.
Bring it.
Settle down. Go. You're free now. Be sanctified. Let's move. Flash frost.
Bring it. You're toast. Nice and spicy.
Bow your head.
Alright. To be fair, that like even with the blessing bullshit, it's a really bad stage for Molani, so like that was kind of on me. Ew. What do I do for the crowd? Do I just do Molani? Probably, right? I kind of want to use her up quickly. I don't even know if my Venti's on VV. That might be a problem, actually.
I knew you'd miss me.
You can check the builds? No, that's cheating. Checking the bills is cheating. Alright. Do we try again with Milani? Do you guys think she's got it? Are you believers? I'm a believer. I guess we do this, right? Actually, is Duran even enough Pyro app to get through the Hydro? With the blessing we took? Probably not. Probably not, actually.
Shadows of...
Is my Mona on sack?
Fate is upon you.
Okay, we do get it.
Bring it.
I wasn't sure if I was gonna get the Pyro app for the next vape.
Shadows of fate. Decided by destiny. Delve into
Don't know why I did that, but it doesn't matter. Milani's on Fav? No way she's on Fav. You have to be rage baiting. There's no way that's true. There's no way that's true. Also, hi Eeks. I briefly saw you in chat. Brilliant blessings cost less. How many do I still have to buy? Like 5, I think? So that's probably on average worse than this. Yeah. Oh, I had 6 left. Whatever. Ooh. I want the elite. What's the least useful stuff here? Probably this. Actually, no. I think Milani might be less useful. How many stages do we have left? We have the Lunar, then 7, 8, 9, 10, so 5. Okay, I think I want to keep Milani then. See if Milani has 5. No, like I said, that's cheating. I'll look at it. I'll look at it later. No point to using Farina Burst because we don't have a healer.
Observe. Do you fear the dark? Be silent.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Shower me with you on this.
Close your eyes. To dust.
How are you healing then? Oh, I have the blessing that heals me, don't I? Yeah, Pyro app is good here. Probably want this. And this. I need to get Arlecchino. That's pretty good. Bro, I haven't seen Random Companion Pyro a single time so far, by the way. Like, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, that's insane. You miss one? Are you sure? Oh, There it is. How many flowers do you? Oh yeah, my bad. We want electro charge, so probably bring Flynn's again. What's the last one? Kanki? Yeah, we can do anything on that, so let's use Flynn's here. Or we could do Molani, actually. Like, this. Nah, that sounds annoying. Honestly, I don't want to use Molani later. And I want to keep off-field Hydro. Yeah.
Observe. Be silent. To dust. Close your eyes.
Dude, I'm actually gonna kill them before I fucking trigger Lunar Charge enough times. That's crazy.
To dust.
Energy Pog.
Observe. Be silent. Do you fear the dark? Close your eyes. Night falls. Observe. Do you
Alright.
fear the dark?
We can get Veressa. I forgot I still had Veressa available. Let's just get this, yeah. Another elite, bet. So I have 3 fights left. Two with Veressa, one with probably Arlecchino, if we can find her. Let's do this, I guess. Keep this for Arlecchino, yeah.
The story has only just begun. Drop your weapons. Charge! Yeah! Hut! Hi!
Oopsie.
Yeah! Hurry up, Brassa! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Yeah! Hero
Oopsie.
incoming! Yeah! Justice
Oh.
will prevail!
I'm not going to the bounty. Oopsie.
New life.
Let's oof! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Alright. Alright. I can bring in Nefa. Alright, give me Companion Pyro, please. I'm begging you. You can give me Companion Pyro, right? Oh, plus 25. I mean,
Gonna be epic!
I guess, like, I guess. Fuck, where's Arlecchino, man?
There's still a long road ahead.
Now I don't have enough money for this or for the, it's fine. No pyro for this, which is kind of annoying. We haven't seen Arlecchino a single time. That's fucking insane, actually. I mean, we'll still be fine, right? We just do this.
Story has only just begun.
Let's light it up!
Leave it to me.
Wait, what am I doing?
I'm going in! Kapow! Hero incoming! Yeah! Yeah! It's justice o'clock!
The story has only just.
It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Watch out.
Yeah! Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it!
Please, for the love of God, let me get Arlecchino. I'm, like, actually begging right now. Oh, no. Thank God.
No need to
Finally! Jesus Christ. That could have been bad, man. Because, like, we would have been a little cooked otherwise. This, probably? Yeah.
Let's light it up.
Rain
This.
outlines your fate.
Annihilation mode.
Cleanup sequence.
Everybody stand.
What the fuck is she on? Okay. Well. Wait. I didn't charge attack?
No, my sword.
Okay, whatever.
Get rain cutter.
Let's light
I mean, I guess.
Laid to bed. Adventures. Teamwork is.
I was like, why is my damage so low? It's because I forgot to charge attack. Alright, well, is that Fjord's? No, that's Skyward Spine. Alright. Best Actress, Maoika. Superstar, Maoika. Alright, we get it, man. Congrats, Maoika. Most damage taken, Neuvillette. Total characters appearing, 26. Holy. Team that completed the performance the fastest, it was the C3 Flins. Fantasia flowers used 1,640. Wow. Wasn't Flynn C1? No, we found a Flynn C3. Ooh. What do we want here? Probably Hermit, right? As a Farina hater? Oh, I already own Justice. Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay. I guess we just do Hermit then. No question about it. Alright. Huge! Insane influx of Mora Primo Gems artifact experience. Sanctifying elixirs, transient resin, more artifact experience. Even, actually, no, these kind of suck. Not even that. Yeah, who's this? Who's new here? Klee and Albedo, right? Wait, that's not what I want to do. Might as well use it. Who would I want to use it on? I'm never pulling for either of these characters. So who's more likely to end up on the standard banner or given for free in a selector? Probably Shenhe. Alright. Now we go use our newly obtained fragile resin. Please check Milani weapon now. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. 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 The prophecy was true.
Off to the free, fulfill our pact. Surge. Ha. Power. Ha. Yeah.
All right. How much time is left on this, by the way? Is this the last day? Ew. Yeah, okay. So we'll use a fragile then, get to our 120.
A dash of froth. Show no mercy.
Meh. 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 Yeah, we did not get very lucky with our farming so far, huh? It's fine. Get the next 120? True. Wait, actually, I didn't check if I have teapot available. I might have teapot resin. Because I made sure to go get teapot resin yesterday on the other account, but I don't think I did it on this one. So we might have one more claim left. Ooh. Doesn't look like it. We don't have a lot of currency. Yeah.
If you
GG.
ever had
GG. All right. There's a lot of stuff on the event here, huh? So what now? True, actually. What now? We did IT? What the fuck do we do now? Like, it's done. It's over. We're done. Nothing else to do. Banner review, right! I forgot. Archon quest, don't make things up. Wait, I'm curious what the comments look like on this. The top 10 supports of all time. That's not a hate comment. That's not a hate comment. That's not a hate comment. Dude, what's going on? Wait, these comments are so reasonable. I haven't checked a clip channel comments in a while. Are they nice now? It's not Zajef Daily, that's why? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, it's probably because I put Farina number 2, right? Because even Farina fans aren't delusional enough to think that she should be higher than Bennett. And like, this is the one list of criteria where I actually do think that Farina deserves to be very high. Would you see this? Huh? No, I didn't. Is that real or is that a joke? I don't know. I think that's a joke, right? Maybe not. I don't fucking know. It's a joke? Yeah, okay. If Nicole buffs are mainly attack speed, how much attack speed would Varka need to get to 130k DPS? I'm not sure. Because attack speed stuff is weird. I'd have to test them. No, it's not 300%. Chat. Like, Varka's not great, but he's not, like, as bad as some of you guys are making him out to be. Hey, give him a break, man. Like, imagine if your most competent underlings were fucking Kaya, who never wants to work, and Jean. Like, you gotta feel bad for him, okay? Like, he deserves a bit of pity. Why do you think he left, Mondstadt? Exactly. Is Varka as good right now as Klein was at the time of her release, relatively? I'd say he's definitely worse. The thing you need to realize is that, like, pre-Mawika, the gap between the mid characters that were getting released and the top of the meta was not actually that big, right? Like, the top of the meta was, like, tickling the 100k DPS benchmark, and quote-unquote bad characters that weren't really that worth pulling, like Klein, were at, like, somewhere between 80 and 90k. Right? Like, that's like a 10% difference. Right? Nowadays, the top of the meta is like fucking 150, 160k DPS. And Varka's coming out at 100. That's like 50% behind. The gap is way bigger. Can 100k DPS clear content? Depends on what content. Would a 100k DPS Lunar team be able to clear the Fearless Dog? Honestly, no. No, it wouldn't. Like, even if it had the thing to deal with the dog mechanics, 100k DPS isn't enough to clear. You would need more than that. It is, but extremely barely. I don't think 100k is enough. I think you need like 105-ish. I guess if your damage is front-loaded instead of, like, sustained, you probably get through the shield phase a tiny bit faster, right? And then maybe 100k is enough. My Nefer is 110k at the dummy, and I get 100-second clear. Yeah, because Nefer has front-loaded damage, right? So you get to get through the shield a bit faster because of that. Plus 110k is 10% above 100k. Hmm. I swear YouTubers are always pushing some sucrose propaganda. This character is useless. It does nothing for me. That's rage bait. That's gotta be rage bait. Holy. It's not rage bait. I have C6 Sugos. She doesn't group or do damage. I mean, okay, but she buffs your EM by a fuck ton, so like... Are you trying to play her in a freeze team or some shit? Like, that's not gonna be ideal. Bro, Bennett, yeah, true. Bennett also doesn't group or do damage. So true. Fucking disgusting, worthless unit. Key heals, okay, but that's not grouping or doing damage. YouTubers are all in cahoots with Big Sucrose. Yeah, true. Yeah, I'm actually curious. Like, I was talking about this earlier, but I haven't actually tested it. I'm curious what clears this faster for me between Binefa and Skirk. Since we have the increased lunar damage, we probably don't want to bring Durin, right? We just go official. Are you in a 4-piece set for Inefa? No. Still don't have anything usable on two of the slots.
Absorption test. Odds reveal. Animo test 63. Stand clear.
Yeah. Preparing for dust up.
Wings of dark. A moonlit night for all. Animo test 63.
Insulation chamber deployed.
Absorption test.
Yeah. Ultimatum protocol.
By royal stand clear. Surge. Shadow.
Cleanup sequence.
Three moons converge. Enhanced Animo module 75. Absorption test.
Annihilation mode.
Fucked up my energy a tiny bit here.
Odds reveal.
Insulation.
Oh, that's not ideal. Well, actually, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is 72 seconds. You can probably get it a little bit faster, but not too much faster. Can you explain why EM is good for Binefa? Because lunar reactions get increased by, like, have their damage increased by EM. So both Binefa and Columbina's damage get increased. I think I'm not gonna do the Sea Lolly one. It's so cringe to do, honestly. But maybe I still do it. Hey, thank you. No, I think I do still do Sea Lolly. I don't know, man. Yeah, let's just do Sea Lolly anyways. Escafia build is probably cooked. That's fine, I guess. If this looks like it can clear faster, we'll min-max the builds more. For now, let's just see how it goes. Should probably just go Maréchal as well, but...
Use of force
A little loose. Get to work.
Annihilate.
Looks like I don't have enough ER on Karina, huh? I guess it's fine here.
Come alive. A burst of flavor. Power.
Seems rough, honestly. Let's get ER sands. Let's... swap the Maréchal. I think.
Use of force.
A little amuse, but
Someone said do burst first rotation. Does my burst even do enough to break the shield?
another star goes out.
Okay, it does. Just barely.
Time to shine.
The pinnacle of excellence. A dash of surge. Ha! Yeah.
Power.
Ha! Yeah. Ha!
Oh
Strike
my
a
god. I think we're actually relying on crit RNG here. That's so cooked. Mm.
Fulfill our pact. Sha!
Merciless. Paradigm shift.
Sha! Let my name echo in song. Rah!
That's not good.
Off to the freezer. Goose on the loose. Strike a pose. Show no mercy. Ha!
Mine to wield.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
Yeah, I think my Silali shield is dying. So Eshu is losing value. Probably need to do finale instead then. And then it's probably not worth bringing Seat Lolly. So we do Milani, I suppose?
Use of force.
Merciless. Into the
Is that enough? What? Wait. What?
Use of force.
Strike a pose. A dash of frosting.
Okay, whatever, I guess. Oh, it's because I didn't get the stack on Molani. Dude. That's so cooked.
Use of force.
Let's ride.
Honestly, I'm not gonna do the burst first rotation.
Mine to wield.
Okay, actually, what the fuck is going on? Oh, it's because I don't... Dude, this Kirk unit is such a fraud, man. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's go back to Eshu Seat Lolly, honestly. It's fine. Use Mono to front load more damage. I don't know if I can get Mono's burst in time.
A little amuse boost. Fulfill our
Oh, I didn't get the... That's really bad.
Another star goes out.
Yeah, didn't get the scroll.
Use of force authorized.
A dash of from. Get to work.
Fearless.
Okay.
Paradigm shift.
Dude, bad crit RNG.
Use of force.
Strike a pose. Off to the freezer. Another star goes out.
Yeah, I guess we just gotta reset for crit RNG. But if my crit ratio is balanced around Eshu... Maybe we're better off just going for the finale build. Dude, how the fuck is my finale build quality better than my Maréchaussée? I spent so much more time in the Maréchaussée domain, man. Pisses me off. Are you even getting 3? I'm getting 2. It's 61 or 51 out of 52. 61 out of 62. There's basically no difference. Oh wait, no, I remember what feather I was on. I was on this one, right? No. Yes? Okay, I shouldn't be on this one. What the hell? It's this one. Yeah, okay. I think the issue is that you're not getting TDS second rotation because of cooldown. Yeah, maybe, actually. Oh, didn't get the Fav. Missed both Fav procs. That's cooked, I think. And we missed the crit.
Strike a pose! Off to the freezer! Fulfill our pact!
Merciless. Paradigm shift.
Start with Skirky in the main. It doesn't change anything. I mean, unless I do the tap E for one normal for one set of particles. That would help, actually. But then I have to wait here. Right?
Fearless.
Another star goes out!
And I don't know if that's... Okay, and we didn't fucking get it anyways. It's probably not worth it.
Strike a pose! Off to the freezer!
Okay, good RNG so far.
Into the void.
Crit! Thinking about Holdy? That does nothing. We delay our first burst by like 4 seconds to get one more Serpent Subtlety.
A little emotion.
Like, it will literally be faster to just wait for one more Void Rift than to start with the Holdy. Oh, I should have.
Another star goes out!
Time to shine.
The pinnacle of excellence!
Yoo-hoo!
Show no mercy! Extinguished!
Power.
Okay, we're getting bad crit RNG. We got awful crit RNG. I could see all the big hits just weren't actually doing any damage to the shield. Pretty sure all our big hits didn't crit there. How cooked is your crit rate? It's at like 60 something, I think. No, it's not. That's the wrong build. My bad. Didn't proc Fab. That's kind of bad.
Merciless. Into the void.
Oh, we missed the crit again. Classic.
A little amuse boost! Show no mercy!
Fearless.
Come on, I believe in you. Nice, we got the crit.
Let my name echo in song! Goose on the loose!
I think I actually want to wait. Maybe I should have delayed it a little so I can get my refresh on this, because I kind of have to wait for it anyways. Oops.
Get to work!
Mine to wield.
Yeah. Is this what C0R0's Kirk feels like? Yeah, it is. I'm gonna be so for real with you. Okay. When you see people post their Skirk clears, they either have like the best artifacts you've ever seen, or it's like C1R1 or shit like that. And I think it actually is warping the overall community perception of Skirk. I actually think people overrate Skirk a lot. Because, like, Skirk is a good character, don't get me wrong. But because so many people who post clears of her either have insane artifacts or have cons, stuff like this, right? That is actually, like, really difficult to get the DPS check to break the shield. But if you do have those things, once you get through the shield, the rest of the boss is omega easy, right? And so you actually get a really fast clear with Skirk. But getting through the shield is the hard part, and it's a lot harder than you would think. Look at Jamie's clear for the red. Oh, I'm not saying I can't get through it. I know my Skirk can get through it. I've done it before. But I don't know if I can be bothered. To be fair, you're trying to brute force an electrical with her. Yeah, but like what I'm saying is a lot of people have this perception that Skirk can brute force everything without too much of a problem. And this perception is a result of everyone who posts Skirk clears having R1, basically. Just like you do with Varessa. I mean, yeah. But I'm not out here posting fucking like fearless and dire clears with Varessa all the time, right? And it's not like everyone does that either. Anyways, let's play Varessa. You've talked me into it. Yeah. I think that's the right build. 100, 203? Yeah. Should we do it with Durin? I'm down. Did the particles fucking miss? How is that even possible?
On my... It's justice o'clock! Hurry up, Grassa! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Yeah!
Hello? Oh my god.
Yeah! Hut! Charge! Yeah! You asked for it!
The story has only just...
Quick as a flash! Yeah! Kapow! Charge! Yeah! Hut! Hut! Hi! Yeah! Heads up! Hi! Drop your weapon!
Leave it to me! Decay!
Controlled breathing! Headbutt! Volcano kablam! Yeah! Hut! Duck! Yeah! It's justice o'clock!
Not my best player, honestly.
Use of force authorized.
Watch out!
Stop right there!
The story has only just...
Quick as a flash! Yeah.
I need to proc a Fav. Didn't realize.
Use of force
Headbutt!
authorized. I warn you.
Stay back!
Drop your weapons! side. Let's. Hi. Yeah. Huh. Charge. Oof. Look out below. Charge. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Stop right there.
Watch out! A turning point?
Faster. Stronger. Hi. Huh. Hero incoming. Yeah. Yeah. Hero incoming. Yeah. Drop your weapon.
Watch
I
out!
fucked up. That was bad.
The story has only just...
That was awful.
Quick as a flash. Let's. Oof. Charge. Yeah. Headbutt. It's justice o'clock. Huh.
Yeah, that was terrible. Swapped out too early, so. Ugh. It's fine. I think Malika's just better, honestly. The breakpoints are just more favorable, I think. The extra shred against the shield just doesn't matter that much. Because we just end up overkilling the shield more.
Kapow! Rise with the sun. Final warning.
In proc 5, that's unfortunate. And the extra shred is worse after the shield because it gets negative, hello? Negative electro resistances.
Drop your weapons. Quick as a flash. On my hero incoming. Yeah. Huh. Hi. Oof. Huh. Hero incoming. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Final warning. Hands right. Controlled breathing. Start the pyroclastic surge. Full throttle. Hero incoming. Yeah. Headbutt. It's justice o'clock. Yeah. Quick as a flash. Let's light up the blazing sun.
Ah, I fucked up.
Charge. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Oof. It's just.
Missed a charge attack for fun. Do I think it actually would have changed the clear time there? I'm probably supposed to swap out of Malika a little bit earlier on the second one, actually. They just announced Star Rail X Fortnite. Cool. Alright, what are you guys arguing about in chat right now? Alright, what did I miss? What are you guys yapping about? Does that team clear Dire? That's a good question. I don't think so. I think getting through the shield is too hard. I wonder if this is gonna undo my crab. It is. Fuck. I don't know what gear I'm sharing though. So I don't know how to make it not do that. What gear am I probably sharing? Probably the Noblesse, right? So if you go for a different set on him, we might be fine. I don't have a good one of those yet, right? Yeah. Well, I have this. I don't have anything for this. I have this. I don't have a leveled feather yet. Level this. What's the worst that could happen? I'll take that. It's not even good, because I'm probably gonna Omega Overcap if I use this on Varka. Alright, because my only weapon for him is Serpent Spine. That's bad. That's good. Eh. That's awful. Yeah, okay. This'll do, I guess. Yeah, Blacklive Varka, I guess. It's still... Okay. Why? What gear am I sharing? What gear could I possibly be sharing? Like, it's definitely not one of these. Maybe I had one of these, actually. Like, if I remove this... And this... And this... No, it's still not working. Oh, it's the Fav sword. Wait, you're right. It's probably the Fav sword. Wait, I forgot about that. You're right. Yeah! Okay, bet. Does that mean I didn't need to level a set for Durin? And I could have just done... Okay, whatever, it's fine.
Use the force off.
Kapow! Stop right there!
I didn't use Durin Burst. I'm an idiot. It's really dumb that the game doesn't just tell you what's shared. I agree. It's really fucking stupid, but it is what it is. Wait, what am I doing?
Turning point.
Faster! Strong! On mark! Hero incoming! Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah! Headbutt! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Oof!
Do I get there here? I don't think so. Don't have the energy. Damn.
Use the force
Headbutt! Drop your weapons!
Turning point.
Quick as a flash! Let's...
So we need to get through the first shield.
Oof! Look out below! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Fuck.
Too strong!
That's really bad.
Headbutt!
Okay. I think we need to get through the first shield with only one E.
Use the force off.
Heads up!
Watch out.
And then prompt F5. I think it's cooked.
Decay.
Controlled breathing!
Oh, never mind.
Volcano kablam! Oof!
Maybe it's fine.
Justice o'clock! Yeah!
No, that doesn't work. True. That is a good method.
Use the force off.
Heads up!
Watch out. Decay.
Faster! Strong!
Oh. Yeah, Are we reset? Are we back to resetting for Fav? We might be, actually. Okay, that's good.
Drop your weapons!
Turning point.
Okay, so we probably just
Charge! Headbutt! It's justice o'clock!
use the extra E here, right? And then we kind of just wait, I think,
Hero incoming!
so that we actually have the E, and then we do it again.
It's justice o'clock!
I didn't... Wait, no. I did... My Eon Sun buff ran out. Okay. I waited too long.
Use the force off.
Controlled breathing. On my hero incoming. Yeah. Hero incoming. Yeah.
What am I doing? That was stupid.
Hero incoming. Yeah. Headbutt. Hero incoming.
No. I waited too long again. Maybe I just don't wait. Nah, I think I do have to wait.
You support some.
Look out below.
Watch out!
Stop right there.
Decay!
Quick as a flash.
Let's. Hero incoming. Headbutt. It's justice o'clock. Yeah. Oof. Charge. Yeah. Charge.
Okay. Ah. I think that's not enough time, right?
Stronger. Hero
Like, I have the damage, but not the time. Oh.
too strong.
Okay, I'll be right back, chat.
Stand. Losing.
I'm back. I think the right play might be to not pre-funnel Versa E. Or maybe... Maybe we just don't do the 2 charge attacks at the end of the first rotation so we can set up the next rotation faster.
Final warning.
Decay!
On my headbutt.
Oh, what the hell happened there?
Hi. Yeah. Hero incoming.
Watch out! Decay!
Quick as a flash. It's justice o'clock. Yeah.
Oopsie. Yeah.
Heads up.
Don't think we'll get through it with this team, honestly. Seems like the damage breakpoints aren't really gonna work out. Nefa probably gets through though, right? Give her this. Forgot I had this, man. That's fucking crazy. Why isn't my... Okay, what if I just put Inefa on Serenade? Because my Serenade is so much better for attack. Also, I don't know if using Burst is worth it on this team. It might not be. So I probably stick to HP Sense. Oh no, what are we sharing now? Fav, probably? Oh, Witsith, wait. Was Mona on Fav or was she on Proto Amber? Wait, I can do TTDS. I forgot her. I forgot her. Okay, that still doesn't work. I don't want to... I'm not losing my clear, man. I don't care. You're not making me do it. Okay, we definitely weren't using any of this. We may have been using this. Let's try something else, see if it goes through. It does, okay, yeah. We probably actually need to give the TTDS to Inefa first rotation, right? Probably just want to do this, right?
Preparing for
It is worth doing this against the shield.
defensive mode engaged.
Controlled breathing.
I'll do it, fine.
Hero incoming. Hero incoming.
Cleanup sequence is
Boost. Look out below. Hero incoming.
surge.
I think I fucked that up.
Ultimatum protocol.
Charge.
Do we have enough damage with this team? We might actually not.
Hero incoming. Look out below.
Defensive mode engaged.
Controlled breathing.
I'll do it. What? No. Oh. I think we do. Probably.
Heads up.
Annihilation mode.
On my. It's justice o'clock. Kapow. Hi.
Maybe.
It's justice o'clock.
Cleanup sequence initiate.
Faster, stronger. Let
A moonlit night for all.
Maybe not. Hmm. It seems like it's doable with, like, proper rotations, but I don't know if I have the patience for this. If I thought I had a team that had anywhere close to a chance to doing this, I might try it, but I definitely don't. I definitely do not. Just pulled a buy. I mean, I wouldn't clear this. Even if I did pull Zabai, and even if somehow C0 or 0 cleared Zabai was possible with my gear, I'd have to do it without Columbina, probably. That sounds difficult. A little bit difficult. You can gene cheese it? I don't want to. I don't wish to. No, thank you. Hmm. Oh, it's not because I don't want to, like, it's not because I think it's dishonorable to cheese it. It's because I just don't think I'll have a good time doing that. Like, it seems unpleasant. All right, chat.
Sequence in
Let's
progress. Based on data
record the banner review, I think. Yeah? Yeah. What's a weapon banner again? Alright. Let me see. Wait, how good is Nevilet Sig on other characters again? I forgot. Weapons. Catalyst. Charge attack damage increase. HP increase. Energy. All right. Okay. It's good on Molani. Meh. It's like a fine stat stake on Molani. But like, if you hate yourself enough to play Molani, you definitely hate yourself enough to play Witsith. And is it actually better than Witsith resetting for crit RNG? Or for Witsith RNG? Yeah. Alright. Everyone say hi to YouTube. What patch is it? I'm gonna ask you guys before I start the intro, not after this time. .3. Thank you. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the Genshin Impact patch 6.3 second half banner review. Zabai is coming out. Idlua is coming out. And they're accompanied by a Nevilet rerun. The 4 stars on the banner, obviously, new character Idlua, as well as Aino and Goro. Weapon banner, we have Zabai's Sig, Nevilet's Sig, obviously. 4-star lineup, we have Favonius Warbow, Zyphos Moonlight, Dragon's Bane, Favonius Greatsword, and Eye of Reception. This is actually kind of an interesting banner, because I think that the value of the banner can range from, like, completely worthless to actually really good. Let's talk about that. First of all, Zabai. Zabai is... She's the third lunar carry that we're getting. And unlike the other two lunar carry, unlike Nefer and Flynn's, she isn't really balanced around a release that is accompanied by a premium support. All right, like sure we've had like sus leaks that Linnea might be a lunar crystallized support, but honestly, I don't even know how much I believe that, because looking at her numbers, looking at her balance as a whole, she honestly just looks like that's not the case. Out of all of the lunar characters, I think that Zabai is arguably the least reliant on being paired with additional Nalcry characters. Not that she doesn't want Gleam, she does still want Gleam, right? But, and like, I guess in a way you could say that like Inefa cares about it less, because Inefa doesn't need Gleam to activate any of her stuff. Or Llama's pretty good for like Hyper Bloom, even without Gleam. But I think that, like, if you're assuming / accepting that, you know, Aino's a free unit and she's on her banner, so you're incredibly likely to have at least Aino C1, and you just pair her with Aino by default, her performance without getting an additional Not-Cry 5-star compared to the other Not-Cry characters is actually up there on a similar level to Llama and Hyperloom teams at, like, KQM, or like a decent, a little bit higher investment, and arguably higher if you're like hyper investing, right? If you have like really, really good artifacts. The big asterisk, the big caveat to that statement is that her teams that don't use other Nog-Cry 5-stars are either dependent on another non-Nog-Cry 5-star, or way, way worse, without the 4-star character constellations. So, in a way, that's fairly similar to Varessa. All of that being said, though, because Natlan Shill is kind of, you know, not what they're doing right now, and Lunar Shill is, I'd say that when it comes to, like, getting a character, like, on a fairly new account, and aiming to get their 4-stars, and because when I'm talking about the 4-stars that are reliant on constellations, that is very specifically the 4-stars on her banner. So just like Varessa, again, right? Like, there's a few comparisons to Varessa here. Just like Varessa, she is reliant on her 4-star constellation level for her, like, no other 5-star team performance. But those 4-stars that are good with her are on her banner. And so for a new player that's, like, started Genshin very recently, doesn't really have access to a lot of 5-stars, maybe because they just don't have the primos for them, or just because, well, they didn't have the primos at the specific time that the character came, or they weren't playing when the banner came around, and they don't want to have to wait, like, 6 patches for a specific character rerun to finish, have a complete team, right? For players like that, Zabai is actually a fairly appealing character, and the fact that these specific 4-stars are on this banner is helping her case as well. Sorry, chat, give me a second. I gotta organize my thoughts. Okay. Another, like, byproduct of that is that people that aren't necessarily new, but either already have another Lunar team and don't want to split their teams and have to, like, have multiple characters fighting over Columbina, or that just haven't really liked any of the other Luna characters so far, but that do have a lot of primos, a lot of stuff saved up. Going for early constellations on Zabai allows you to, you know, on average, get more cons on Goro, get more cons on Ilua. And if you do end up getting C6 Ilua, C6 Goro, C6 Aino with, like, C1 Zabai, or, like, C2 Zabai, just in terms of the cost to cost, in terms of Primo Gems comparison to other characters, she's actually gonna look really, really good. Now, I do want to, like, clarify here, as much as I'm saying a lot of good things right now, you should also remember that right now Genshin is a state of The Genshin meta is in a really bad state. The power creep is massive. And because, well, Varka aside, I guess, every new character is stronger than the last one, basically, or almost. If you already have a lunar team, getting a second lunar team, in my opinion, is probably not that great of an idea. Even if you could do something like going for C1 Zabai and like get the full C6 4-stars and have a very, honestly, fairly powerful second lunar team, maybe your primos are better spent or will find a better use being saved up for the next shill mechanic that we get. It's also possible they just decide, you know what? Every boss is the dog now. Every boss is Lunar Shill. So, there's a certain amount of unpredictability. But I do think it's a bit more likely than not that Lunar Shill is going to be on the decline starting, like, 1 or 2 patches from now. And because of that, I don't think it's that great of an idea to go for more than one actually good lunar team. But if you don't have any of the lunar carries, I do think that Zabai is a pretty good one to get. When it comes to her, like, gameplay, Zabai is one of the characters that I've looked into the least in terms of combo min-maxing. Because it looks relatively straightforward, but there might be weird timing stuff that allows you to, like, get your skill out. Maybe if you you give up on doing the N4 and instead you do like N2D or some weird bullshit like that, then that shortens your field time enough to be better than just doing the N4 E-spam. I haven't looked into that, like, at all, basically. I'll be doing that when she gets released, when I actually have access to her for testing. But so, like, there's still a certain aspect of, like, uncertainty for me in terms of how I evaluate her. But I do think that I mean, honestly, kind of like the other lunar carries so far. She's a character with a very straightforward gameplay loop. Like, the things that you're trying to do are very simple. And because of that, she's a decent amount more approachable than characters that have, like, weird rotations or weird combos. This is something I've mentioned a few times recently. But I think that people tend to way overestimate Maoika because they see streamers who fucking play Genshin Impact for a living and who play multiple hours, who've played like tens, hundreds of hours of Maoika already, getting relatively reliable Maoika combos and setups. And I think a lot of people underestimate the difficulty of those setups. I know for a fact, because I've seen a bunch of comments on the dummy video, that a lot of people went into the dummy and realized how much they suck at playing Maoika because they do a lot less DPS than they think they should. Characters like Zabai, characters like Flynn's, to some extent characters like Nefer, although I think Nefer has a bit more skill expression in her kit, because they're so straightforward in their play pattern, it's a lot easier to get to the level of DPS that is, like, close to Sheet DPS. And because of that, for a lot of players, especially casual players, but honestly, like, I don't want to be like, haha, you guys suck at the game. Like, I don't want to be insulting or anything like that, but there's a lot of fucking annoying bullshit going around with Maoika. There's also some things that are outside of your control, right? People that have higher paying inherently are going to have some potential big problems in Maoika setups because Maoika off-field skill timing matters. If it hits at the wrong time, your setup is completely ruined, and you end up not melting a single thing. And because swaps are delayed by ping, the specific amount of ping that you have will change the specific moment that Maoika's skill hits. Not comparison, in fuck, what's the word? In relation, yes, thank you. In relation to when you're doing your Citlali abilities. Right? And that's just one of the many things that can happen for Maoika. Right? But the point I'm making here is the less factors like this exist, the easier it will be for a player to get close to cheat DPS on characters. And I think that the lunar characters specifically have play patterns and setups that are simple enough that it reduces that factor by a good amount, actually. Like, they even went out of their way to make it so that Lunar Charge makes it so that your auras disappear way slower on enemies, right? Let me show you what I mean. So if I bring Columbina and Varessa, sure. This is not a Sigen video, I'm just showing a mechanic. Even if I don't solve the Columbina, because now my team has Lunar Charge instead of Electro Charge, when I do my normal attack on this guy, look at how long the Electro Aura stays. It's actually for a few seconds. If I just remove Columbina from my team, and now I get Electro Charge instead of Lunar Charge, look at how long the aura is staying now. Wait. That felt slow as fuck. What the hell? Am I an idiot? Is it because he can't be hit by Electro Charge when he's shielded? That's probably why, right? No. Okay, yeah. Whatever. We can see how long the aura is staying. Consistently versus when we just put Columbina in. Yeah, it's because of the pet attacks, you're right. Ow, ow, ow. But yeah, you can see how much longer the Electro Aura stays. And that helps you get your swirl on Sugos, for example, way more reliably. Alright, like, they even went out of their way to minimize the risk factors of things that could potentially go wrong for lunar reactions. The point I'm making here is just lunar characters just tend to be easier to play, and because of that, for more casual players, I would generally lean more towards recommending them over recommending a character like Maoika, even though I do still think that Maoika is stronger right now. Anyways, let's talk about Neuvillette. Man, Neuvillette is not who he used to be anymore. On Neuvillette's release, he was pretty clearly the best carry in the game, and he stayed either number one or with a very, very solid claim to the throne for a pretty long time. That being said, it was never because he had noticeably more DPS than everyone else. It was just because he had similar DPS to the other characters. Like, on the higher side, though. Like, he was still about as much as the other best characters, if not slightly more. But he had good AoE. He was really easy to play, hard to fuck up. With the patches since he came out, he got a bunch of improvements to his teams, but honestly, none of them was ever really that major. And because of that, with the massive power creep that happened in Natlan, with Maoika fucking changing the nature of the game, and with lunar carries following along with that, rather than being just with the rest, Neuvillette's comfort, Neuvillette's good AoE, is now coming at a major opportunity cost of the team just not having nearly as much DPS as the actual strongest meta teams. And with Stygian being balanced around you having the full premium teams, and things being really difficult to do unless you have the full premium teams that are getting shilled at C0 or 0 stuff. Characters like Neuvillette start struggling more and more. I think Neuvillette is still very usable, right? Like, obviously, this specific Stygian has a shield for him, right? So he's going to be pretty good. But outside of this specific Stygian that has a shield for him, I think Neuvillette is still fairly usable in Stygian as a whole because of his team versatility. You can very often fit him into a shield team for a lot of different bosses. So if you have him, I do think it's very likely that you will keep using him for at least a few more patches in Stygian. But honestly, I think that most of those teams that will be able to clear with Neuvillette are also likely able to clear without him, using someone else instead. Stygian changing the nature of endgame content. Endgame content, instead of being something that a good team has like more than double the DPS to clear. So what matters the most isn't the team that has the most DPS, is the team that gets to the DPS requirement to clear Abyss with the least amount of effort and or investment. Right? That changing to things balanced around a premium team having like 10 or 20% more DPS than necessary. It's actually important now, if you care about endgame content, that your team is actually competitive in the meta and at the top. And because of that, characters like Neuvillette that are like, honestly, I think a character at Neuvillette's power could come out today, right? Because, like, and I don't think if Neuvillette came out today, he would have been received nearly as poorly as the Varka leaks have been received so far. I think that Neuvillette is a character who most definitely should have lower DPS than other characters because of his quality of life upsides. But, like I said, with the nature of endgame changing, a character like that, I think, is a lot less valuable now. All of this to say, as good as Neuvillette was pre-Stygian, I think nowadays he's a very, very skippable character. I think that I would not recommend a new player pool for him. Unless you don't care about Stygian, obviously, right? Like, at the end of the day, Stygian doesn't actually give you primos. Because everything that gives primos in Stygian is clearable in co-op by having someone else carry you. Right? And for people that don't do the endgame combat stuff for the sake of the combat, because they like the gameplay of Genshin, but rather because they just do it as homework to get their primos for their stuff, and they want to have teams that are strong enough for that, but they don't actually care about the experience itself. The only thing you're missing out on if you're just having someone else carry you in co-op is this set of rewards, right? One of the 3 Dust of Enlightenments, 100,000 Mora, and 5 Heroes With, which is like 40 resin, 50 resin. So you're really not missing out on much. So for the people that do this sort of content for the rewards rather than the gameplay, Neuvillette is still a character that is very nice to have. Because even with the Abyss getting harder, I do think it's still not quite at the level of requiring the actual like best DPS meta stuff to clear. And characters like Neuvillette that are very easy to play, I think, are still fairly valuable in Abyss. But I don't think he's the most valuable either. But at the very least, I could understand if someone who cares more about that aspect of it wants to go for him anyways. That being said, this 4-star lineup is not good for him. So let's talk about the 4-star lineup. This is such a funny one, by the way, because honestly, if it wasn't for Zabai, these characters are bad. They are so bad. Oh my. So, Goro, right? Goro was released a long time ago. When Goro was released, compared to other supports, the amount that he provided was actually pretty good when you look at C6 Goro. Right? Like, I think that if you rewind time back to Ito's release, I think Goro is a character that was way better than Ito at the time. That being said, the game has changed a lot since then. And support characters that are only providing supportive abilities nowadays are just way stronger. And in comparison, the amount of buffing that Goro provides is just kind of underwhelming. Considering how restrictive his buffing is, because it's only to defense scaling Geo characters that he's actually good. And he's barely better than generic options at C6. If it wasn't for Zabai, well, Goro's kind of worthless, because outside of Zabai, there isn't really a good defense scaling Geo character. Right? Noelle exists, Ito exists, but neither of them are very good. Shilonen carry is not a real thing. But Zabai is coming out. And Zabai is a defense scaling Geo character. And because of that, Goro's pretty good for her, actually. On top of that, Zabai is not being accompanied by a premium character, like a premium 5-star support for her reaction. She's balanced around there not being that premium, like, specific buffer, like Inefa or Llama. And because of that, more of her power is concentrated in her own kit rather than in the power of the support, right? Like, when you look at Nefer teams without Llama, it's, like, so much worse. Because a lot of Nefer's power is concentrated in her ability to take advantage of Llama's kit. Zabai doesn't have that. Her, like, dedicated support, Itlua, is a lot worse than Llama is. And because of that, her own individual kit, by itself, in a vacuum, is stronger. What that means, though, is that, well, that one building block is stronger, and your alternatives are weaker. Which means you have a lot more flexibility in which specific alternatives you bring. When you play Flynn's, not bringing Inefa is shooting yourself in the foot. When you play Nefer, not bringing Llama is shooting yourself in the foot. When you play Zabai, not bringing Itlua, you've got other options. And one of those other options is Goro. And on top of that, you can also just bring both. Goro's constellations are a little bit weird. Like, let me talk about them real quick. By default, Goro's skill lasts for 10 seconds. Goro's burst lasts for 9 seconds. He gets the 25% team-wide defense buff only when he uses burst. But he gets the flat defense, and as we'll see in a second, the crit damage from C6. Even without the burst. Right? Burst is 20-second cooldown, so there are going to be situations where you don't use burst every rotation because you want to do rotations shorter than 20 seconds. Goro's C1 is hilarious. It reduces his skill cooldown, but you still don't want to swap back to him to do a second skill in any of his teams other than, like, maybe Noel, I guess. So it's still only 1 skill per rotation. So this is stupid as hell. So his C1 does nothing. His C2 extends the burst duration. That actually matters because while the while the burst is active, you have the buffs from the skill. And with the C2, it lasts longer than the skill. So this is effectively making the buff go instead of 10 seconds. It goes to 12 now. With Zabai specifically, that also actually matters. I'm not entirely sure about the specific timings, but because Zabai's kit revolves around doing, like, kind of meaningless stuff to build up her mechanic, to build up her stacks, so that she can use the high damage skill, it means that her damage profile is going to be nothing for a couple seconds, then big pew. Then nothing for a couple seconds, then big pew. 4 times. What that means is that the end of her uptime is going to have almost a quarter of her damage, right? Like on the very last hit. A bit less than that, but still a very noticeable portion, which means that if your buff is 10 seconds on an 11-second field time, that's almost a quarter of the damage that doesn't benefit from the buff. Right? So having the C2 actually matters. I'm not sure which specific breakpoints it creates. We'll have to test for that, but it does matter. C3 is skill levels. A bit more flat defense. It's alright. C4 kind of matters as well. C4 gives you a very small amount of healing based on Goro's defense. However, because if you're using Goro on Zabai teams, you're almost always wanting to swap from Goro to Zabai. It means that Goro is going to be the character that decides the Ascendant Gleam bonus, right? The lunar reaction damage bonus that you get when a non-Nograi character uses an ability is decided by Goro. And for Geo characters, that bonus scales with their defense. So you want to build Goro with a bunch of defense anyways. And so you're building Goro with a bunch of defense. And because you're building him with a bunch of defense, this heals for a tiny little bit more. And because one of Zabai's good options when it comes to weapons is Harbinger of Dawn, even a relatively small amount of healing is nice to have. When you look at the 4-star only team, right, that you can create with her banner for her best 4-star only team, you'll notice that, well, Idlua doesn't have any defensive utility. Aino doesn't have any defensive utility. So this would be your only real source of defensive utility if this is the team you make. Because you're also not getting crystallized shields anymore because lunar crystallize doesn't do the same thing as normal crystallize. So you're not getting those lunar crystallized shields. Anyway, C5 does fucking nothing, right? The C5 increases the damage of the burst, but the burst damage is really bad, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't even increase the healing from the C4. If it did, it would be a little bit better, but oh well. And finally, C6. This is the big constellation that people talk about when they talk about Goro. You just get 40 crit damage for Geo. Now, as far as I understand, this is the whole team. And this is not Geo characters, it's Geo damage. And assuming this works the same way that Sarah does for electro damage, it should be able to buff the crit on Columbina's lunar crystallized damage in Zabai teams. But this is mainly for Zabai's personal damage. Now, as a whole, right, at C0, Goro just doesn't provide that much. He's a defense scaler in some ways, sure, but his base defense is really low. And he doesn't even have defense percent ascension. So he probably ends up with less defense than another full defense Geo character. Which means that the Ascendant Gleam bonus is a bit smaller than it would be on a bunch of the other Geo characters. But the real big thing is that without cons on him, he has 25% defense every other rotation. 12.5 average. That is less than a quarter of a Sans. As well as at talent level 10, 371 flat defense. Now, Zabai has 957, almost 1,000 base defense. So this 37%, or this 371 flat defense is like around 40 defense percent. Plus this 12.5 average. This is... Goro's whole kit is providing you with about 1 Sans worth of damage. If you don't have cons on him. On top of that, it's not even full uptime. Be because it only lasts for 10 seconds without the C2. It's bad. He's just not a very good character without cons. And I'd say that like at C4 he starts being worth a consideration just because even if he provides a little bit less offensively, the tiny bit of healing might be the difference maker because so many of the Zajef teams kind of struggle to fit defensive options that aren't just the 5-star characters you might not have. And at C6, he's a pretty solid contender. But obviously, if you are one of those players that I described earlier that like is relatively new to the game and just thinking of going for this because it's a new character, it's a fairly strong character that has a self-contained team in the banner, you probably still do want to use Goro. Even if you don't get the cons on him. But honestly, it's probably not that much better than your non-Geo alternatives like Sucrose. Next is Aino. And Aino's a little bit interesting here because the Lunar Crystallized teams for Zajef, if you're not using Columbina, basically don't really have great off-field damage dealers or supports whose personal stats matter a fuck ton. Unlike the Flynn's teams, unlike the Nefer teams, right? In Flynn's teams, you have Inefa damage being very relevant. In Nefer teams, you have Llama Quill damage being very relevant. In Zajef teams, that's not really the case. And unlike in the Nefer teams, where the Moonlit Dew, or whatever they're called, allows you to do like a lot more comfortable stuff for your rotations, all you get is the same extra buff as Lunar Charge when you're using Columbina for the reaction directly. And honestly, Columbina just provides less to that team. And the comparison to Aino is a lot less one-sided. Obviously, Columbina is still better. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Aino's better. not at all. But Columbina's kit as a whole, I don't think is really balanced around being nearly as close to necessary for Lunar Crystallized stuff compared to the Lunar Bloom and Lunar Charge stuff. And because of that, the fact that she's on Zajef's banner is really nice, right? The C1, obviously, 80 EM for Zajef, that's pretty good. The rest of the cons don't really matter too much. C4 is nice for first rotation stuff in Stygian, but with proper energy management at the start, you should still be fine without it. As long as you have Fav. Put the Fav in the bag. C2 gives a little bit more Hydro App, but that doesn't really matter too much for these Lunar Crystallized teams. So the only other real relevant constellation is the C6, which is 35 extra Lunar Crystallized damage, and that's pretty good for Zajef. One of the things that I think people tend to forget a little bit about Zajef is that because she's not a direct EM scaler, and she doesn't benefit from VV, you're a lot less tempted to bring Sucrose to the team, which means you have a lot less external EM buffs, which means that the EM buff from Aino's C1 is a lot less diluted. So it actually is a little bit more meaningful here than it is in, like, Flynn's teams, for example. And, like I said earlier, Zabai doesn't have an Inefa that's doing a lot of off-field damage that doesn't get increased by this or by this. All of this to say, right, I know it's pretty good. She only has 2 real relevant constellations. She's just, like, it's nice to have her here. I think it's probably the least important one to have cons on, as long as you have the C1. And because you get I know for free, you only need to get 1 copy of her to have C1, which is pretty easy. I don't think you should push on the banner at all if you already have the constellation breakpoints you want on Itlua and Goro, just for I know stuff. Even if you're at C5 I know, I don't think it's worth it. I know still has a lot of problems, right? And I know as a whole is just kind of a shit unit, but we still don't have good Hydro options other than Columbina for the Lunar teams that are, like, actually synergistic with what Lunar does. And because of that, I know just fairly good. Or fairly competitive in the slot. So, pretty happy with that. And finally, we have Itlua. Now, I did not record a pre-release analysis on Itlua, so I'll give you a brief breakdown of what he does. Itlua is a geopolar character who's kind of designed around being a lunar crystallized buffer. I was told that there was a change on the creator server. I don't know if it's real. But supposedly, on the creator server, his burst affects all party members, not just active party members. I don't know if that's true, though. That's fake. Is that fake? That is fake? Okay, never mind then. Anyways. When you look at Itlua's kit, you'll see, right, pretty much everything he has scales with EM and defense. In terms of personal damage, the defense buff is, or the defense scaling is better than the EM scaling, but his personal damage is kind of pathetic, so that doesn't really matter too much. You definitely want to build him with EM. Because even if you were to somehow want to play, quote-unquote, carry Itlua, if you're not getting Zabai, and you're doing, like, Columbina Itlua with Lunar Crystallized stuff, well, you'd still want to build EM, because on top of the direct EM scaling, he'd be contributing to Lunar Crystallized damage. Anyways, his skill doesn't really do much, right? It's just his way of generating energy. It has a relatively big motion value on it, but that's kind of bait because you're not building. Well, it's split scaling, and you're not really building offensive stats to min-max his skill initial hit damage, anyways. It's really more about what he does with his burst and his passives. So his Ascension 1 passive gives the team crit rate and crit damage for Geo stuff. So kind of like baby Goro C6, kind of. As well as 50 EM if you're in Ascendant Gleam. So 4 Lunar Crystallized damage. A nice little amount of stats. For non-Lunar Crystallized Geo damage, it's a bit of crit, I guess, but it's not a lot, right? It's 20 crit value. It's okay. Next we have the Ascension 4 passive, which just increases what his burst does, and his burst is, after you use it, you get stacks of Nightingale's Song He has Quill-like effects, like Shenhe, like Llama, that buff geo damage. Kind of similar to Llama, the amount buffed changes based on the type of damage buffed, right? For Llama, you're buffing all types of bloom damage, and if it's Lunar Bloom, the scaling is a little bit different. In Idlua's case, you're buffing all types of geo damage, and if it's lunar crystallized damage, the scaling is way, way bigger. To the point where, honestly, his buff, or his ability to buff non-lunar crystallized damage in the long term is likely going to turn out to be a downside. Let me explain what I mean by that, right? You get 21 stacks of it, increased when you have constructs, and because lunar crystallize creates 3 constructs when you trigger it, the increase is always going to happen. You get up to an extra 15, and you always get this extra 15, so it's 36 stacks. The thing is, in Zabai's case, you kind of use them all. Which means that if we ever end up getting other characters that you add to Zabai teams that want to use some of them too, you might end up using too many quills with your geo damage and be missing out on, or be out of quills when some of your lunar crystallize hits happen. Obviously, the specific combos will change that, so it won't necessarily be a problem, but that's just something to keep in mind. His buff to normal geo damage is so bad compared to the lunar crystallized buff that in a perfect world, you would avoid it entirely. But obviously, you don't want to do bad combos just to maintain your quills because, well, in Zabai's case, right? She's like basically capped at an upper limit of 9 lunar crystallizes per rotation. Technically, she could do more if she intentionally slows down her skill hits. But generally, you do N4 skill spam, and if you want to maximize the amount of lunar crystallizes you get, you wouldn't replace an N4 with a burst. So you do 4 N4 skills into a burst, or burst into 4 N4 skills, whatever. And that's 9 lunar crystallize hits, right? So everything else is just going to be the consumed by damage that doesn't do anything, basically. This buff also does not do anything for the lunar crystallize reaction itself. I briefly talked about that, I think, in the Zabai pre-release, where I think it's kind of disappointing, because it means that he only basically does anything for characters that are specifically Lunar Bloom or Lunar Crystallized characters. I don't think he would have been broken if he was designed in a way that allowed Lunar Crystallized reaction damage, like the pew-pews from the towers, to actually proc his buff. And I think it would have made him a lot more interesting. But it is what it is, I suppose. Anyways, Idlua's cons are also fairly impactful. So C1 gives them energy. That doesn't really matter too much. Like, it's nice. But honestly, because a good portion of his buffing is coming from the direct stat buffs rather than the quill effect, being able to build more EM on him by reducing his ER requirements isn't even that big of an increase to your DPS. The quills are alright, but they're not, like, insane. C2 is pretty meaningful. C2 gives him a little bit of off-field damage after using burst. It's not relevant because of the damage. It's relevant because without this, he does not have any off-field effects, which means he cannot be used to trigger artifact sets that rely on hitting, like, and that can proc off-field, like the Serenade set. So without this C2, he can't be used on Serenade. So you have to use him on a different artifact set. I guess technically he can, but you'll have really bad uptime on it. C3. It's okay. Like I said earlier, the Quill buff just isn't that big, so it's not that big of a deal. C4. 200 flat defense buff. That's basically half of what Goro gives for the flat defense, right? This is the equivalent of a little bit over 20% defense. And it is actually full uptime. It's a pretty nice buff. It's better than the average C4, because a lot of C4s kind of suck. But it's not like an insane deal. C5 does fucking nothing. And C6 basically just makes the numbers on this passive bigger. Instead of 20 crit value, 50 EM, is going to be 50 crit value, 80 EM. In terms of how much they do for Zabai, if you're doing Itlua or Goro, one of the two, the best is C6 Itlua, then C6 Goro, then non-C6 Itlua, then non-C6 Goro. If you have both of them at C0, or maybe both of them at like C2, because it's the constellations that don't do that much just for the like screenshot hits, but that are impactful for quality of life stuff. You're losing out on a very large amount of damage. And at that point, because Goro, you know, like I said earlier, is just fairly weak in terms of how much he provides, and because so much of Itlua's power is concentrated in his constellations, very often you'll be better off using a different unit altogether. Characters like Shilonen will be able to see some play here. Anyways, this isn't a Zabai pre-release, so I don't want to spend like any more time than I already have, because I've already spent a lot of time talking about Zabai teams. Itlua's kind of unusable anywhere else, right? Because like almost basically like half of his value is buffing Lunar Crystallize, and the only characters that have Lunar Crystallize damage in their talents are Zabai and Columbina. And Columbina has 3 instances of it. So it's pretty much just for Zabai. Outside of that, though, he's still like 50 CV. If you have C6, right, it's 50 crit value and 200 defense for Geo characters. So he's like arguably better than non-C6 Goro as just a normal ass support for Geo. If you want to play character like Ito, like Noel, but it's not great. Let's put it that way. Anyways, overall thoughts on the banners. It's a very good banner for relatively new players that want to buy. Because Goro has been in like no banners historically other than the Geo carries that most people knew already weren't very powerful compared to other characters on their release. A lot of people, even longtime players, don't have constellations on Goro. I myself don't have C6 Goro. I have C4, I think. And so even for longtime players, this can still be a pretty good banner for Zabai. People that went for Columbina might not care too much about Aino, but people that went for Binefa, people that went for Flynn's, that for Nefer, whatever, actually do care about the fact that Aino's here, because Aino very much can be part of Zabai's best non-Columbina team. So as a whole, I think this is like about as good as a Zabai banner can get. You can make the argument, well, that's cool and all, but I want to see more Bennett. I want to see more Sucrose. I want to see more Eon-san. I want to see more Chevreuse. And like, sure, like there's an argument to be made that cons on those characters are more impactful as a whole on an account, even if they're not synergistic with Zabai. But at least in terms of synergy with a character, this is basically as good as the banner can get. And then Zabai as a whole, because she's the third one to come out, and a lot of people went for one of the two lunar carries already, I think she isn't that appealing for a lot of people, or for like the average player. But that's not because she's inherently less powerful. It's literally just because of the order of release. And I think if you didn't go for those characters, that's not impactful at all, and then she might be pretty solid to go for. This is awful. Navidad as a whole, like I mentioned earlier, isn't that good in today's meta. And these characters are bad for anyone other than Zabai, basically. Like, I know can be fine for the lunar teams if you don't have Columbina. But like I said earlier, the gap between Aino and Columbina is smaller in the lunar crystallized teams than it is in the other lunar teams. So you're not even that happy to see her. Very often, C6 Aino isn't really better than, like, using Singto or using Farina in those teams. So, unless you just really fucking love Navidad, stay away from this banner. And then this one can be a good one to go for. Weapon banner. Zyphos' Moonlight is probably the biggest bait weapon that Genshin has ever seen. Because so many people think it's really good. And it's just kind of not. It's not an awful weapon necessarily, but like historically it's been a weapon that you would use on Kazuha. It's been a weapon that people will use on characters like Kuki and Hyperbloom teams as like a slightly better Iron Sting. Realistically, it provides less energy to the team than Fav does. So its only real advantage is that it's an EM substat weapon instead of ER substat, so you get a bit more damage percent. And I suppose that's not awful. But it's also not that meaningful. It's not that much more damage percent. With Kazuha's burst itself becoming something that a lot of teams skip, with just general team DPS going up and the value of long cast time abilities that don't provide that much going down. Right? A lot of rotations, a lot of teams just skip Kazuha burst nowadays. So his own personal energy matters less. So Fav being ER substat is actually kind of a downside for him. But even then, Fav is still often better than Zyphos. And honestly, even when it's not, it's definitely not big enough of a gap to justify getting it, like trying to go for it on a weapon banner. And because the perception of it is fairly positive as a whole, I think there are people who get baited into thinking, okay, well, I don't really want those 5-star weapons, but like I heard Zyphos is really good, and I only need to get one. So it's surely it can't be that bad to go for this banner, right? It is. Don't get baited. You're not unhappy to see it on a banner, but weapons like this, I think it's important to realize that they're not that valuable. On top of that, with Stygian making you start with no energy, extra particles is so much more valuable than extra energy recharge, because a lot of teams don't get to generate all of their particles on their first rotation. And because of that, front-loading energy with Fav just tends to be better than average increased energy generation with energy recharge. Anyways, all of this to say, Lifos is not a bad weapon. If you want to go for this banner, you are happy to see it. But do not go on this banner for Zyphos. Fav Bow, pretty good. Fav Greatsword, pretty good. But both of these weapons suffer from there not being that many characters that actually care about Fav on their weapon types. I will say because Goro is actually going to see some play with Zabai's release, the Fav matters a little bit more. However, Fav is given for free from completing the quest, so everyone has at least one. And Fav refines aren't that valuable, and because there's not that many bow users that are actually good and want to use Fav, there's just less competition for your Fav Warbow. So it's not a weapon you're too happy to see on the banner, but it's still a pretty good one. Fav Claymore, it's all right. It has a similar issue as Fav Orbo, where there's just not that many users for it, and basically one actual user for it right now that matters is like Ino, and Ino has alternatives because of both the event weapon, the Flameforged Insight from Late Natlan, and the craftable Claymore are actually pretty good for energy. So the value of Fav Greatsword is a bit lower. You mainly want to use Fav Greatsword in teams where other characters care about the energy, and it is still valuable. But in Nefer teams, if you're using Ino, I mean, I guess in Nefer teams you would want it. In Flint's teams, you don't really care too much. And it's very possible that you end up benching Ino if you end up getting Columbina. So it's nice to have, but it's not a Fav Lance, it's not a Fav Sword, it's not a Fav Catalyst. Fav Codex. These are, I'd say, right now, the two worst Fav weapons. Then we have Dragon's Bane, Eye of Perception. I've talked about Dragon's Bane a few times in the past. Nowadays, Dragon's Bane is just not a good weapon. You don't really use it on anyone who actually matters. Right? You can use it on Hu Tao, but Hu Tao is just kind of left behind at this point. You can use it on Raiden in Hyperbloom, but Hyperbloom is a little bit... It's starting to fall behind as well, even with Llama. And if you do use it on Raiden, you don't care about Refines, because damage percent doesn't do anything. You can use it on Itlua, but that's fake as hell. You are going to be using an energy weapon, whether it's Kitane, if you're using other supports that don't necessarily need the energy, or whether you're using Fav, which is generally what you should be using on him. If you don't have Fav, I guess it's fine, but just like Raiden, he doesn't care about damage percent, so the refines on it don't matter. If it's R1, if it's R5, it's basically the same weapon. And then Eye of Perception, complete dog shit, right? Attack scaling catalyst, low base attack. Really bad. That's not what you want to see. Attack scaling weapons, like attack substat weapons, you generally want high base attack, low substat, because you'll have additional attack percent elsewhere. And that additional attack percent will be more valuable if you have higher base attack. On top of that, the passive kind of doesn't do anything. Technically, the passive can bounce in AoE, so that's cool. But it's just so little damage. Right? Characters have seen such a major increase in motion value and numbers in their kits, not just in stats that they have, that nowadays Eye of Perception is even worse than it used to be. Because comparatively, it does less damage. You can still use it to do funny hoo-hoo-hoo, killing the Hydro Hypostasis with the Barbara. Poggers. But that's it. As a whole, I'd say that the 4-star lineup is a bit below average, but it's not too bad, right? 2 Fab weapons, even if they're not the best Fab weapons, they're still Fab weapons. They're nice to have. Zyphos is alright. Dragon's Bane, Eye of Perception, not really what you're the happiest to see, but like 3 fairly passable weapons is still nice. And then the 5-star lineup. Neuvillette signature is bad, honestly. Like, it is nice for Neuvillette, and it is an okay stat stick for Molani, but Neuvillette doesn't really have teams that are competitive with his best teams now, where he's doing the large majority of the team's damage. Even if you try to play quote-unquote hyper carry Neuvillette with like Kazuha, Shilon, and Farina, Farina is still doing like over a third of the team's DPS. Like, you're kind of lying to yourself if you think that that the Neuvillette personal damage is doing a fuck ton there. And because of that, the value of signature weapon on him, because he's doing in a lot of his teams less than half, in a lot of his teams less than a third of the team DPS. Signature on him matters a lot less, right? Because it's not a support weapon. It doesn't do anything for the rest of the team. It's just his personal damage. And then for Molani, sure, it's a fine stat stick, right? It's a high crit substat. It's crit damage, not crit rate, so you don't have crit rate overcap issues from it. And a bit of HP percent in the substat. But like, something that I mentioned earlier on stream, if you hate yourself enough to play Molani, you probably hate yourself enough to reset for Witsith RNG as well. And if you are willing to reset for Witsith RNG, it's getting this weapon doesn't do anything for you. And obviously you're not going to go on this banner for this weapon if you have Molani, right? Like, you would just wait for Molani weapon, right? But the point I'm making here is, like, if you are going for Zabai's weapon and you have Molani, losing 50-50 to this might not actually be that impactful, because you might actually not even use it over Witsith. So Neuvillette's weapon is just pretty bad to have here. And then Zabai's Sig. Honestly, Zabai's Sig value depends. Because Harbinger of Dawn is a very powerful weapon on Zabai. Zabai is not an attack scaler, so the low base attack on a 3-star weapon doesn't matter. And Harbinger of Dawn's passive is so fucking broken if you can have good uptime on it, that historically it's always been a competitive weapon on non-attack scalers. In teams where you can easily maintain the Harbinger passive, the value of getting Zabai's signature is lower. That doesn't mean Harbinger is worse than the craftable. No, it's not. Me, when I compare the Flute of Espizal to Harbinger without changing my builds and only look at the screenshot numbers on a crit. It's not. Anyways, the problem with Harbinger is that, one, you need to have the right team for it, right? Not every team can maintain good uptime on its passive. Staying above 90% HP requires either not getting hit or having damage mitigation, either a shield big enough that you'll never take damage, or a shield plus a bit of healing or a lot of healing. And that can be an issue in Zabai teams. And the other potential issue is that part of what makes Harbinger so good is that it gives you a fuck ton of crit rate. 28% crit rate. 28 is a lot on a character who I don't think she ascends with. Yeah. On a character who's getting 30 crit rate from her set bonus, who's getting 5 or 10 crit rate from Itlua if you're using him. It is very, very possible that the sheer amount of crit rate you get from Harbinger makes you overcap. And if you overcap, then Harbinger is a lot worse, obviously, because a good portion of the value it provides is actually doing nothing. And at that point, it can be worse than Flute of Espitsal. And then Flute of Espitsal versus Sig. It's, I'd say, fairly standard difference when it comes to recent characters. It's fairly in line with what we've had lately. But because Zabai is a character who's got more damage concentrated in her personal damage, its value is a lot more similar to something like Nefer's Sig than something like Flynn's Sig. That being said, the rest of the weapon banner is pretty bad. And the character banner, if you don't have C6 Goro, and because you don't have C6 Itlua, is also very good for her. So between Sig and Cons on Zabai, I'd pretty much never even think about getting Sig until you have C1, maybe even C2, honestly. Oh my god. I will not get rage baited by the chatter who's sending the fucking video that I've already addressed. I will not get rage baited. Anyways. But yeah, so that pretty much does it for the for the banner review. As a whole, weapon banner, honestly, not very appealing because the Neuvillette Sig isn't really something I generally recommend people get. And while Zabai Sig is pretty decent, I would generally lean more towards early constellations than Sig Weapon if you want to do vertical investment into her. So it's kind of a and the banner as a whole isn't that valuable. So overall, I wouldn't really bother with a weapon banner. I wouldn't really bother with the Neuvillette banner. So it's pretty much just the Zabai banner. And this one is definitely an above average banner. Anyways, that's going to be it for the banner review as usual. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. It's not Gacha Gamer, by the way. I mean, okay. Sure, fine. Let's watch it. Let's see. Let's see how they're adjusting things. Surely they will do it fairly. Build. Harbinger is already activated here. Okay. Spindle. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by everyone spamming message deleted in chat. The fuck is going on? Okay, what do you mean even Spindle is better? That's clearly worse. They have 10% less crit rate and basically hit for the same amount of damage, and the clear is slower. This one... And the crit damage is... I mean, that doesn't really matter. You should stop listening to rage bait chatters. Yeah, I should. I should. I mean, it's fine. Gives us something to do, I guess. I think people on both here and on YouTube would like to know if you're going to pull or not. Really? For the banner reviews? I guess I could, right? I can add a marker and give a quick yap about that. Yeah. Personally, I don't know. I'm still not sure if I'm gonna pull for her, honestly. Initially, I alternated between wanting to go for her and not wanting to go for her. Throughout the beta cycle. I'm still not entirely certain, honestly. I still don't have a proper lunar carry, right? I'm doing my lunar stuff with Binefa right now, and it's rough because the dog is awful. So some part of me kind of wants to get her, but I think that her gameplay pattern being fairly simple, which is an upside for casual players that I mentioned earlier, is a downside for me because I just think it's kind of boring. I just think there's just less... It's less dynamic. There's less interesting things about it. And I also really don't like the horse noises. I'm not the only one. I've had a lot of people say that they kind of don't want to go for her because of the horse noises now. And, like, I kind of agree with that. That being said, I really liked her teaser. I like, she's just a piece of shit, and I kind of like that. Like, yeah, just make her an asshole. Like, don't give her any sort of, like, redemption. Just make her a piece of shit. Just, like, commit to it. Just make her someone who just does not care about other people, please. Like, yeah. Like, yeah. Lore skipper, don't care. Don't care. I don't care if she's not actually a piece of shit. Okay? Sure, she didn't actually, like, fucking steal the herbs and dismiss the child's concerns just to start fucking yapping about her own life story just to say, haha, just kidding. I don't care. I don't care that didn't actually happen. It's a dream. Woo. I like thinking of her as just a piece of shit. I think it's funny. And that makes me want to lean towards getting her, honestly. Just because I think it's funny. I like it. Like, I like a character having comedic value through something like that a lot more than what often feels like just forced comedic value, like with Sino, for example. Like, to me, that's kind of, it's just, ugh. It's not even about it being cringe, it's just a little bit boring. Whereas a character's comedy coming from them just kind of being an asshole in a way, half headcanon, I think that's funny. Isn't that Nefer, though? But Nefer isn't, like, a comedic type of asshole. She's just, like, canonically an asshole. And they're like, ooh, no, but you don't get it. She has a rough upbringing, so her being an asshole is under... Like... Okay, cool. To me, that's just... That doesn't... That... Yeah, also, let me know in the comments if you want more, like, non-meta yap at the end of the banner reviews, talking about my, my thoughts on the character's characterization and how that influences my own personal decision on whether or not to go for them. Because like, if you guys want to see it, I will. Like, I usually that sort of stuff doesn't make it to YouTube. It's more on the Twitch side. But if this is something you're interested in seeing, I don't have an issue with putting in there. Yeah, so I think right now I'm leading a little bit more towards getting her than towards not getting her, but I'll be testing her obviously in the test run, but also just borrowing someone's account to do testing on her on release, and I'll probably make up my mind after that. If I do get her though, I'm kind of cooked because my artifacts are not good. It's yeah, it's looking a little bit disastrous right now for her gear. Usable. Usable. you It's bad. It's really bad. We're cooked. We're yeah. We're yeah. Yeah. And it's not even like I didn't keep my I just yeah. So if I do decide to go for her, we're gonna have to go back to that domain, I think. Or maybe just get lucky on the crafted piece. I have a lot of I have a few elixirs and feathers saved up right now, so try to go for that, but yeah. I'm keeping this as lore. What is that? What the? Holy.
Reviewing outstanding items on
Holy.
today's to-do list.
Oh
Do you
my
have any
god.
additional commands? No
That's
problem. I'll get on them
crazy.
shortly. I'm quite used to it.
Blood lore. Holy. Permud for wide ballsing. Holy. Okay. What now, chat? What's that emote? Is it a good emote or is it a bad emote? That's a good emote. I like that emote. That's a great emote. We're adding it. Actually, we should rename it to all caps Varka. I think. Varka. There we go. Let the editors know. Yeah, thanks. Recorded. What's it called? Banner review. Hmm. All right, chat. This is what you've been waiting for, right? I don't freak your cookies. Yeah, I can refresh. Sure. All right. We stare. We pound. We zilch. What the fuck? Holy. What the hell? That's weird. I wonder if there's a Y. Like, I feel like there isn't. I'm feeling like maybe it's like no. Could be a fucking French word, man. No. Is Bumbo a word? That's like the name of that Isaac game. That's not Isaac. Jumbo. Jumbo. Is it like what does it mean? I don't know what it means. Chat, what does it mean? What does bumbo mean? Big. No, I know what jumbo means, chat. I'm asking you what bumbo means. Okay, whatever. You guys are dumb. I don't know. Announcement that causes groans among travelers. Delay. Middle of a drum kit. What is at in the middle of it? Is that where the snare is? No, the snare's on the side. I don't know. Political staffers. Bottom line figure. Dot? I don't know. Sharp part of a sword. Blade? Bro. This text mark. It's a hat. I don't know what it's actually called. Left-leaning political organization. Democratic Party? I don't know. Right you are. Yes. Maybe. I have no idea. It's probably something BC though, right? Because it's channel, so it probably ends with a C. I don't know what this is called. Okay, the snare can't be in the middle. Am I an idiot? There's no way. Whatever. That can't be Kenya, right? I don't know where Kenya is in Africa. Is it West Africa? But there's no way there's a channel called KBC. DS? Like Nintendo DS? I don't know. AIDS. So like, what are the channels that have BC? There's like the NBC, I think. No. Benin. That's a country, right? I think. There's the RBC. That's the Royal Bank of Canada. Bottom line figure. Net? Because nets are at the bottom of things? It was net. Really? What the fuck is a carré? Huh? How do you pronounce it? I don't know how you pronounce it. Pronounced carrot. That doesn't know. Benin? Really? It wouldn't be pronounced. There's no way a French-speaking country is pronouncing it like that. There's no way. This has to be like Benin or something. I refuse to believe it. You guys are lying to me for sure. That's not, what the hell? That's not. I said AMG instead of ANG. Okay. I didn't leak my fucking postal code this time. Thank goodness. Ooh. That's probably less than 10 away from 90. Let's try a nice little 97. I'm blind, I guess. 103. 102. Alright. That was pretty bad, actually. I feel ashamed of that performance. That's the guy, right? I know that's the guy, right? From Dress Up Darling, I think. Yeah. I don't know. My something. Nah, I don't know. My stepmom's daughter is my ex. That sounds fun. Which one is that? Was it this one? I think so. Yeah. Isekai equal no. I don't know what his name is, man. It's probably like Soul or some shit. Soul. Soul Eater Evans, maybe. Don't think I know this. Do I know this? I don't know. It was his name was Soul Eater. That's crazy. No idea. I think I know who this is. That's from Arifureta, right? I don't know what her name is, though. Is that a Persona character? It kind of looks Persona-ish. But I don't know which one. Because I've never played any Persona game or watched any Persona media. So, like, I have no idea which Persona looks like what. But I know 4 and 5 are, like, a lot more talked about than 3. And I feel like 5 looks more... Because I'm pretty sure Joker is from 5. And Joker looks more, like, exaggerated in his features. So I would guess 4, I think. Do I know this? That kind of looks like a baseball glove. I have no idea who this is, but let's just guess Ace of Diamond. Yeah, okay. GG. It was 5. GG. Unlucky. It literally is Joker? Oh, fuck. Really? Damn. I mean, listen, he's wearing a mask usually, okay? That's not my fault. It's a good mask. Like, fuck. Wait, that's Mario from Super Mario Bros? That's crazy. I have no idea what his name is. Is that Aizen? I think it's Aizen. It's probably from Dragon Ball. I have no clue, and I have no clue. Mr. Satan? What? Why? What did he do for people to call him that, man? Have you seen him? Yeah, he looks like a kind, upstanding individual. Like, whatever. Chat, help me out. Action, old, better than Baki. Not male protagonist, though. Interesting. Okay, okay. Not manga either. Sailor Moon? Is that action? I've never watched Sailor Moon. It's also not female protagonist. That is action, okay. They have Mao Shoujo as a fucking genre. That's crazy. Yeah, so it's probably a show that doesn't have like a one dedicated protagonist. Or yeah, it could be a show that has a non-binary protagonist. Oh yeah, I guess Slime. But I feel like Slime would be adventure. It's an isekai. Oh. Okay, okay. Not comedy, not light novel, not manga. Ooh. Wait, that's kind of... That's rough, dude. What the fuck? Wait, that's actually rough. Digimon. Dude, surely it's not Digimon. No, it's not Digimon. Looks like Recreators. I don't actually watch that. Yeah, it was. Damn. Maybe I'll watch it eventually. Alright. I don't recognize this. Dude, what the hell is this? Trinity 7. Oh. Alright, well. GG. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. We're gonna get the video clue. Why does bro have a hawk on his shoulder? I feel like I've heard this before, actually. Like, I've definitely never watched this, but I feel like I've heard this song used. I have no clue what this is. Special A. Yeah, I never would have guessed that. Okay. Not a good fucking... Not a good start. Yeah, okay. That's... I don't know. What the fuck is this, dude? Okay, yeah, let's just move on. Okay. Okay. That's groovy. Oh, that's nice. I like that. No idea what it's from, but I like it. Okay. It's losing me. It's too repetitive, I think. Okay, it's reeling me back in. Okay. Okay. That's I like that. That's nice. I don't know what this is though. Okay, why does this look like Chainsaw Man characters? But it doesn't look like Chainsaw Man environment. Okay. Okay. I guess. Yeah. That's a nice ending. Oh my. Because Chainsaw Man has 12 endings. There's 14 different endings. That's crazy. I like it though. It's a nice ending for sure. Have you skipped all endings? I mean, I am an ending skipper, but also I haven't actually watched Chainsaw Man. I read Chainsaw Man when the anime was announced, but I haven't watched it yet. I'll get around to it eventually, probably. I don't know. Yeah, I have no clue. I'm not even. Boarding school Juliet. Okay, man, sure. Dude. What the fucking Nyan cat is this? What the why is Nyan cat playing bass right now? What's going on? Bro, I have no clue. What the hell is that? What the fuck is this, bro? The demon girl next door. Yeah, okay, sure. You know what? 35k. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take a 35k. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's acceptable. Wait, enclosed horse. I forgot. All right. Ooh, that's weird. Yeah, this is definitely getting closed off. Right? Takes 2 to close it off here, so this is just free. And yeah. Definitely doing that. Here takes 2 to close it off here, so we're definitely doing it somewhere else. We could do 1 here or 2 here. For now, let's do 1. This probably gets closed. Actually, we kind of want this, maybe, right? And if we want this, we'd close it here. Yeah, for sure. Okay, okay. Best is 82, thank you. Alright, then least amount we could use to close here is like this, and here is this. No? How are you getting out? Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't see this was open too. I'm Orange. Okay, wait. I'll be right back, chat, actually. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. So, we're definitely opening this up somehow. Probably do this. Probably do this. No, that's wrong. Ooh, that's ugly, isn't it? Wait, that's so ugly. Because you need 3 to close this, and you need 3 to close this, and then you can't close this, and you're missing literally 1. Wait, that's so sad. So then we're doing like what? This. Oops. That's so ugly. There's no way it's that, right? It might actually be that somehow. Oh, this makes me upset, actually. Ew. No. We still have 1 left? Yeah, I know. So, if we open this up, probably want to close here. And like here... Here, maybe? No. No way. Here, maybe? Yeah. That's disgusting. Dude, this is making me upset, actually. This is so disgusting, actually. Like, that is actually upsetting. A 5 diagonal that doesn't even end up on a corner? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. There are much simpler solutions, are there? See optimal. This is optimal. Try this one. This is like try not to be colorblind challenge, isn't it? We're definitely closing this, right? That way we don't need to close off any either this one or this one. Probably. Then this allows us to not this. Maybe we don't need to close this one off. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this. This is just too big. This is what it feels like to try to find a Varka rotation where he's not bad. Hmm. try this enclosed horse? No, it's also too big. I don't like it. Alright. You should do this one for no particular reason. I like that one, actually. That sounds fun. This is plus 20. How expensive is it to get it? Wait, it's impossible to get. Wait, no, it's not. We have to go through here. And then we have to waste 4. No, we can do 3. Right? And then we'd have to block here. Then we'd have to block here, here. What's the limit here? Is it 77? Probably, right? Is that supposed to be Yuri? That does not look like Yuri, man. Even when I try to, even when I like blur my own vision, it's not no. That that one isn't working out. Mpreg was better, yeah. Mpreg better than Yuri. You said it. Oh! It's not supposed to be the Yuri emote, it's supposed to be the word Yuri. I see. I understand now. Holy. I still don't get it. This is Y-U-R-I. What was he seeing? I was trying to see the Yuri emote, and I was like, this, I don't see it. I don't see it. Alright. What now, chat? Is that it for the day? That might be it for the day. Archon Quest time? I think we'll do the Archon Quest tomorrow. I'm down. How many days until the... 4 days until Zabai release? Okay. Do some Duel in the Mist. You know, it's been a while. We can do one Duel in the Mist. I'm down. Actually, I don't really want to do Duel in the Mist, but we can do another one. I'm down. Kind of feel like Notland music right now. Oh. Fuck. I choked. It wasn't even one of the hard parts, too. Damn. Dude, that's so sad. That's so sad. I choked on an easy part. Oh, that feels awful. That feels so bad. No. We'll do one more, sure.
When the night is closing in and you feel the darkness growing, hope is fading every day. Deep in my heart there's a fire growing. Light the spark and hear the engines roaring. Ride with me through the sun together. We'll find a way. Let your flame burn brighter. Can't you see it's love whenever? This is our moment, now is our time. So follow me.
That was so bad, but somehow it didn't fuck up. Doesn't really matter because the hard part in this song is at the end.
When your faith is shaking, trust in me, the tide is breaking. Heading to the light, I'm here by your side. I never will let you go. Let your flame burn brighter. Stand with me and be united. This is our moment, now is our time. So follow me to the finish line.
Alright, we gotta lock in here. Didn't log in enough. One miss, one good, I think. Yeah, one miss, one good. Damn. That was a pretty good one, though. Like, I haven't canoed it yet, anyways. Daya? We can do it, Daya, sure. Wait, I thought I'd canoed Daya. Maybe I did it on the other account, actually. On the other account, yeah? I'm down. Fuck. Got a good. Fuck. Not two goods. Pathetic. Pathetic performance. Sorry. I'm sorry. That was I'm so sorry for your ears. It got cut? Oh. Good. Yeah. Choked at the start. Two goods, but that's fine. Hu Tao theme? Is Hu Tao theme even in there? I don't remember. It is. Dude, this is 6, man. That's too easy. It's boring. Raiden theme? That one sucks. We could do this one. Wait, no. Kazuha's is not easy. It's pretty short. We can do it, sure. I don't remember this one. That was pretty easy. You were wrong. Seguini next? Sure. Wait. Where is it? Wasn't it in this one? Was it in this one? It was in this one. Sure. Last one, Klugi. Fuck. Yeah, this is a really good map, man. Fine, I'll do Duel in the Mist as the last one. Fine, fine. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't think today's the day we can do Duel in the Mist, though. I'm not feeling confident. Yeah. Awful start. Terrible fucking start, my god. We got like 3 goods already. Ha! What the fuck was that? We did full combo it though. But 10 goods, yeah, that's kind of bad. That's kind of bad. No, this was the last one, chat. No more, no more, no more. This is the end of the stream. I got a video to post today. I'm posting the J account Stygian update. Honestly, I don't love this thumbnail, actually. I don't like thumbnails that use my face. Whatever. Yeah. Alright. Video has been posted as usual. If you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. If you're too lazy, I understand. Link in chat. Go watch it, leave a like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.